there's no reason that that should have worked, right? Ah! Your timing on that comment could not have been better.
Awesome.
I don't know. What the fuck? Can't say I've ever seen that happen before. Fuck this. Nope. No. No, we're done. That's... I literally just got hit with a projectile through a fucking wall. Yo, Flame Dragon. Yo, what? Two skills at the same time, dude. Okay. Bruh. Bruh. Hello. So last time the stream was short because it's too warm in here. It's pretty warm in here. But I'm just gonna have to get used to it. So I've been making this claim lately, right? That the +9 stone doesn't quite present the same difficulties as level scaling does. So I have a particular spot that I think I want to test that out. So right now, this stage is level scaled. The first thing that I want to do is I want to intentionally take a very specific pair of 2 hits, and then kill the target. Why don't I not do it with sword? I'll do it with one of my favorite weapons. And we'll see, A, how much damage does that attack do? It's going to be Kidioki, and Kidioki is going to do it like... What Kidioki does is, when you surprise him from behind, he turns around with that, like, shit with his scythe where he, like, lunges through you and then pulls it back through you again. We're not going to do that. Anyways, I just want to get a reasonable idea of what we're dealing with here. Also, this is the map that I used to grind Kidioki in general. So we're just going to take this. So it's 925. And it took 2 downs to finish him off. Okay. It's here somewhere, right? Stone of Penance. Now, far as I know, it doesn't matter at all. Honestly, I don't think it matters even what difficulty you set to the stone. But it doesn't matter at all what accessory you've set it on. Cancel level sync. So he did, what, like 895? Not quite 900 damage with that attack. And then he did 600-ish. And then it did not take 2 downs. So yeah, like, look, I know that pretty much every time that I've mentioned this to somebody that the +9 stone is not as serious as level scaling is. I am almost certain that that has been just universally ignored. But, like, it's just true. And what's more is that, like, level scaling is inconsistent. There are certain stages where level scaling hits way fucking harder than in others. And I have found that to be mostly true about a particular Twilight mission. I think it's called the Cradle of the Demon. It's the one where you fight Otakamaru halfway through and then Tateyuboshi at the end. On on Dream of the Demon, the enemies in that stage were bonkers levels of dangerous. Now, obviously, if you were going to combine the two, let's apply the level sync and have the +9 and see what happens. I'd be willing to bet this attack is going to hit for like 2,000. And it'll probably take 3 full downs. Whoop. 1,800, not quite what I expected, so there's 1 down. Two downs. 3 downs. So I was right that it would take 3 downs. Did I say 3,000 damage or 2,000? If I said 2,000, I wasn't that far off. But yeah, dude, level scaling is more harsh than the +9 is. It just is. It just is. And I just... Maybe it's because I'm just so accustomed to testing things in video games. It blows my mind when people don't know. Like, the differences between things in games. I haven't touched the Stone of Penance in so long that I didn't quite remember how any of that worked. Wait, can we just... There, okay. Genuinely, it's been that long. Anyways. Now, I was fully prepared to, like, test that and be like, oh, hey, it turns out I was wrong. +9 is way harsher, but no. Like, that +9, it's worth noting that... So with the +9, it was 1 down in a little bit more punishment during recovery, and then the Kidioki died in its own yokai pool while recovering. It never got a chance to move again. And then in level sync, it took a full second to down and grapple. Like, I suppose what I could do is I could have an arbitrary +9 stone going and get rid of the level sync, and I suppose people would think I'm looking more like a badass, but they would be wrong. If I had both going, though, honestly, I think that that's overkill. Okay, so let's see. Blood-Tainted Samurai. With the sword. I'm down for that. It's 525. Honestly, I think it's because level scaling doesn't just weaken, or it doesn't just strengthen the enemies, it weakens the player. Okay. Well, say it weakens the player. It typically weakens the player. So what'd you get killed by? The Enki chased you all the way over here, huh? Honestly, I do not know how level scaling affects Revenants, though. That would be a genuinely interesting question for me. Well, that's not what I meant to do. I gotta say, if I didn't have if I didn't have Shinasahiko, I probably would have got bodied right there. Those guards were somewhat ill-advised. Point. Cool. That was just me not being super familiar with the Kudama sword dance. Ooh, shit, son! He was about it right there. I don't remember exactly where I was, but I know it was in a Twilight stage at one point. I was fighting a Revenant that I summoned that had a Switchglaive. And it probably was with the sword, because I do recall trying to parry with the guard, but it could have been Kusa, it could have been the Tonfa. Anyways, it doesn't really matter what weapon I was using. Whatever weapon I was using, I tried to block parry, and the Revenant did Empty Retribution, which is that spinning high stance Switchglaive attack. It broke my guard and then did 6,800 and then 7,200 damage back to back, which I trust I need not explain was very much guaranteed death right away. Like blink and you would have missed it. And I had calculated out, like, so if I had gotten hit by every hit of that Empty Retribution, it would have been like 35,000 damage. And like, fuck me, dude, that's a lot of damage. So, are we at a point yet where... Because, like, I'm only going to kill Revenants until I max out on Ochoko Cups again. It's hilarious to me how many yokai that, like, a raw... Like, funny enough, on Aberrant Soldier, a raw brute bash is more effective than if... Like, if you run up and he immediately does a burst attack, it will actually protect him. Have some bird. Oh. I will say when I burst counter Nupepo like that, I always forget that in order to get the yokai finisher on him, you have to wait a moment before you input the grapple. Where did that come from? Oh, right. No. I know where that came from. We just dispelled the Dark Realm. And then I got close enough to an enemy that spit out some Amrita as a result. I got close enough for the Amrita to actually find me. Yo, this guy has no key at all. An Axeman with no key. What a shit-awful combination. I mean, I guess in the future, if anybody wants me to run around with a +9 stone instead of having level scaling, I guess I'll do that. I will question why they want the game to be easier, but I'll do it, I guess. Oh, right, there's two of you fucking bastards. Point. Still not sure what causes you to sometimes get two of those finishers. It could just be, well, you got lucky, nerd. Oh, whoops. Kicked in the face. Good job. Yeah, don't know what you could have been casting that would have been that important, mate. Sinuses are fucking me up, y'all. Oh, whoops. I must have missed him the first time. In my setup's defense, I did try to do it without aiming. You're kidding. Onibis are one of those enemy types that, in my opinion, there's no scenario in which they should ever be threatening. Ever. There's no reason that you, like, there's no excuse for Onibis themselves becoming threatening. Now in a group where there are other enemies to harass you, yeah, it makes sense. I don't know how I ended up on the wrong... I was on the wrong Guardian Spirit. Did I leave one up there? Or is it... Oh, it's up there, Okay. Whoop-de-doo. It's fine. We're gonna be okay. Well, now I know that that's interruptible with a simple Sword of Discernment. Hey, buddy. Good talk. What? I am shocked at his lack of knockdown, but whatever, I guess. I feel like I'm, like, reacclimating to the sword pretty good. And honestly, I think that I've been improving with the sword a lot more ever since I got rid of Azuna Drop. Which is a weird thing to realize when it doesn't even affect the Yokai. So that went awry because I tried to input Kodama Sword Dance and just got a normal... I just got this instead. If it had given me the Kodama Sword Dance when I wanted to... That's one thing that I find really interesting about this game, is that it doesn't actually read the input for guard plus another attack. What it does is it reads an input while you are in the state of guarding. Which means that if you try to guard an input, like let's say that I'm at the end of something else, like right there, I was holding the guard button and doing a light attack, but it buffered in just my normal light attack instead, and it's because I wasn't yet in the state of guarding, which is just a weird choice. Yeah, just in case, I want to make sure that I didn't leave anything up here. I thought not, and I was correct. Oh god, my sinuses. We are definitely 100% in the season change. Oof. That was a chunky, nasty, angry hit. And I deserved every bit of it. What? Ah, I stopped one hit short. Son of a bitch. But yeah, as far as like people that are really into like high difficulty just for the sake of high difficulty, in this particular case, you know what it would have changed? it would have probably meant that I'd have to down Itsumade 3 or 4 more times. Like, it literally would have changed nothing else except for making the fight take longer. I just don't understand what the attraction is to that. And I will possibly never understand what the attraction is to that, because I don't think that there's anything attractive about just making me take longer. And what was the other? I don't think that I want any of these. You know, I've been interested in trying on new Beppo before. I kind of wonder about, like, using Yamamba instead of Dweller, but I've said before that, like, the idea of replacing Dweller with anything is patently absurd to me. Though I do wonder, like, okay, what if instead of having the utility of Itsumade, or not Itsumade, Tarademoke. Because Tarademoke is, like, an excellent, like, an absolute key-destroying ruiner when it comes to, like, particularly if you can punish the enemy that you're fighting at all while they are in recovery, then they are gonna get extremely hella fucked. And they're gonna stay that way. However, I don't have a really solid option for a group of enemies around me. I don't know. There's thoughts. I have thoughts. They're thought-like. You know what the funny thing is that my next up, Cursed Castle Ruins, is also sword. I'm okay with that. We can do that. Shit, why not? So 569. God, man, I really wish Valheim had remained interesting to me, but the Mistlands siphoned every last bit of interest that I had in that game out of me. How is this hellish hag not aware of my presence? Boy, his key recovery is obnoxious. I think if he hadn't attacked at that exact moment just before the sword key landed, I think that would not have done it. You know, I sometimes forget what pace enemies recover at. Now, I will say this is the one time where I think Severing Spin is a dope-ass attack. God, that attack is so lame. Honestly, these two attacks are just like I don't even know what to do with them. They're not useful. Yeah, would you cut it out? I do believe I literally kicked this rat in the sphincter. Which is, you know, a sentence that you expect to say when you wake up. You're like, man, I think today I'm gonna kick a giant rat in the sphincter. Sup? Whoops. Cool. I love how even though I circled to one side, the game immediately was like, no, you're going that way again. That's like some god hand shit, dude. To like forcefully reposition the player against your will, bro. Like I didn't reposition for a reason or anything. I totally biffed the inputs right there. You can. It's allowed. Please do it. Sit down, bitch. You know, I used to mock the sword high stance attacks as being like I believe the exact quote is sword high stance is the worst weapon stance combination in the game. I don't know if I still believe that. Like, it's definitely like, look, if you're using sword high stance as like your bread and butter combat, you are doing it wrong. It is definitely 100% the worst combination for just, you know, maining your combat on that shit all the time. And the people that I see playing, like, I think that that's part of the, like, Dark Souls brain rot in this game is something else. And, like, a lot of the time what you see with Dark Souls brain rot is just mid-stancing either Odachi or Axe forever. And then if they ever manage to, like, scratch off some of that brain rot, then they might try a different weapon. And then they will end up trying high stance and staying on high stance forever. Because, you know, lots of damage is good. How many times I've had the conversation when it's like, man, watching people with like proper Dark Souls brain rot try to figure this game out is something else. Because, like, all of the conventional wisdoms of Dark Souls, like running around naked, using giant weapons, that shit doesn't really work here. Jesus. He has just had it, bro. It is real weird to me when I run into a Magasu warrior that is just infinite aggro. To have an enemy fight the way I would like to fight, it's just weird. Well, he tried to be dangerous, but instead he was just a bit of a nuisance. What's up, fellas? Bruh. Honestly, one of the funniest things that can happen in this, unless they don't want to fire at me again, like, deflecting that shit is hilarious, like, looks genuinely hilarious. Especially since, like, it's completely pointless to do so. It is not going to go anywhere useful. I'll be honest, I have no idea what fucking, like, where it ends up. Somewhere else. Sometimes there's just no reason to get fancy. I kind of figured that would kill. Oh no! Bad things have in fact happened. Whoop. Are you serious? I probably knew that that could happen at some point and forgot all about it, but like, what? I mean, sure. Okay, you're just making a shitload of noise at this point. Oh right, I shot him earlier. I remember stuff. Oh no, I've been spotted. Well, that's not who I thought I was rolling, but hey. For anyone who missed that, yes, I deflected those rocks. There's a lot of projectiles in this game that you can deflect. Whereas in the first game it was very strictly just bullets and arrows. Well, bullets, arrows, and hand cannons. So it was, if it was a predefined ranged weapon, it was deflectable. I really hate that Waida can do that, like, that back combo counter in full super armor, even with 0 ki. I keep on forgetting. Like, it's interesting that, like, it's one of those things that I know that, like, yeah, you can parry that, but, like, it's one thing to know that and another thing entirely to execute that. This guy hits fucking hard for some reason. I am not certain why he in particular was hitting so goddamn hard. Wow. Extraordinarily rude. Oh, come on, dude. What is happening? I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Oh, you fucking bag of anuses. I was wondering, like, where is this second cannon coming from? I didn't even know that there was a second cannon over there. It's like one of those things where you start to, like, question is, like, how could I possibly not know that there's another cannon in this map? After all this time, that feels like an unrealistic thing to be unaware of. It turns out, because there's not another cannon over there. I did forget about the stupid little dipshit. I love how he immediately ruined himself. Good job. So that maneuver of his also meant that he was going to immediately go down again when he got touched. It's like when a yokai has been downed, right, and they're about to go through their paces of like get up, do whatever their recovery standard is. In Tesso's case, is to throw down I guess a turd or whatever. I was gonna say a stink bomb, as though he was like, you know, a punk teenager pulling a prank, but whatever. And then he, like, in doing so, he bounces back. But I guess in that particular case, I say bounces back, he hops back when he does it. But I guess in that particular case, his backwards hop put him off of the platform. Now, going into like the state of falling interrupts the scripted states that they're supposed to go through. And if that happens before they've recovered their ki, that means that they are just guaranteed now to stay in their like zero ki state. Like, their recovery steps go to the normal kind of thing that happens like when you zero out their ki, and if you leave them alone, then they'll recover like they normally would if you took too long to do something with them when you empty their ki under typical gameplay, right? But if you touch them even once, then they are automatically going down again. I really wanted to finish this stage before this, but I gotta take a short break. I'll be back. Oh my god. Oh, nice. What? Apparently, normal guard breaks do damage too. I didn't actually know that, and I'm guessing it's only like 1 point of damage, and I could not imagine a more epic way to end that fight. That was pretty dope. Hey guys, how's it going? Oh, shit! That was something. Arena is set in stone. Bruh! That was so good. Why did I not get hit by that? Nice. What the hell? Well, shit. That is what we want. That literally spawned right where I was. Oh, Jesus, dude, what? Oh, man.
Hey, goodness me.
Oh, are we gonna crash? Let's see if the
I
game
hope
crashes.
not. My game never crashes here. His game crashed.
Oh, well
Here.
then. Oh my god, looking at you do the.
What do you mean? My legs blend in with my skirt. Oh, I have to walk down the stairs.
Womp womp, I hit the trigger and you didn't. That means I get breakfast and you can go fuck yourself.
No, we both get breakfast.
Oh.
I made your favorite breakfast. Oh, Mr. King from across the
How do we eat
street is
this one?
going out of town for a few weeks.
Good.
He was wondering if you could check his mail for him. Oh, and your friend Pierce called. I'm
Oh my god, look at your face.
In mouth.
That's bullshit.
such a car, and someone named Dex stopped by earlier. I just sent him away. I think I heard Timmy deliver.
You are an asshole.
Let's go.
You know what? No, I want you to do it. I want to.
Fine.
Idly doodly! You abomination!
What's new in the world today?
I don't understand why this is a MASH QTE.
Neither do I.
You ready to meet the fine people of Steelport?
Dude, when we get given rocket launchers, that guy is so fucked.
I usually
Oh
drive.
yeah.
It's your world. Go ahead.
I swear to God, if I have to walk the whole way because you're driving... No, okay, I'm in the back seat.
Boy, they sure are anxious to meet you.
They?
Oh, hey, the stop sign just says obey.
Queer sense of humor.
Is it just me, or does that
Ma, you should have a queer sense of humor.
just a nagging feeling like this is all
Can't wait to get out to the lake this weekend.
Oh, I'm not hearing you, I'm hearing me.
fish or
Good.
What are you
Only I have to witness this monstrosity I've created.
Almost there.
Why do I feel like you're just going to make a variation, another version of trolling when you can?
Hey, it'll be a more tolerable troll, okay?
It's just the goddamn voice, man.
I know, that, and I really want to fix the voice, actually, because I did not mean it to be this trolly.
This dress, though, I swear, there's not a universe in which this dress is okay.
Oh, I stubbed my toe, you didn't.
Haha.
Can I get a picture?
Fuck you and your toe. Ah, you have to take a picture.
What can I say? I know how to walk better. It's because I'm not an alien in a skin suit, you know what I'm saying? Even the beeps are roboticized. God damn.
There you are, just sitting in the car. Can I move? Can I go? There we go.
Okay, actually,
Hello?
go ahead. Whatever, doesn't really matter.
What is this? Kinsey, where
Isn't
are you?
it this way?
Finally!
Actually, you would have been better off going forward than turning right twice, but it doesn't actually matter.
The place you're in isn't real.
No, just go, just go, just go!
You need to stop.
What? I'm just driving.
Okay, good. There's a plan.
Well, that's not what I meant by just
That-
go.
did you just see that car just fly?
No.
Okay. I ran into a car and it flew.
I didn't see flight, but okay, that person
Brace yourself.
definitely flew.
Jesus H.
Haha, fuck you! Oh god! It's bullshit!
I can't believe you got hit by the truck.
Fucking suck my balls.
Be you.
Be me.
The simulation is all about normalcy.
Oh my god. Oh, that was dumb as shit, dude. Alright. What you got, Danger Banner? Whoa! No time like the present. Ah! Oh, Jesus. Can't tell you how much I don't like this. Aw, that's cute, you guys. Do it again! So this garage door makes the world disappear. Neat.
Can't wait to get behind this wheel.
Wow. That poor guy. I just fucked his shit up. Not only did he lose his car, but he got, like, rolled over by it multiple times. Here we go. We're out. Doo-doo. Okay, that wasn't half an hour. That was more like half a minute, but still. Like, for instance, these guys right here, now that I'm out here, like, these guys, their pathing isn't broken. But here's the, oh, yeah, check this out. No, come on, hold on, we can do this. This is doable. What's up? Jesus. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What? Bro. What the hell? That was extremely, extremely loud. Bro, they wanted to make that, like, stupid obvious now. Like, hey, dumbass. A stalker tooth happened. Go get it.
This is a wreck in the bowl.
It's relatively small and it's... What?
What? What? What?
The fucking crash fish just went full nuclear on a dog. Okay.
Millen, Johnny has ordered the destruction of the laboratories. Everything's going to blow.
I'm stuck. I literally cannot move. Man. I cannot move. I'm stuck on bad request. Well done. What are they doing? Are they just like go? Yeah, they're just going back up to the upper level to jump back down again. I've never seen this before. There they go again. What is happening? I'm back. Hello. I come back and my character Stinky. See, that right there, that's what I'm talking about from earlier, is that for whatever reason they've decided that that particular counter is 100% immune from zero key issues. Like he had no key at all, didn't matter. Ah, fucking. Ah! Oh god, what a mess. Okay. Yo, what's up, Keone? How's it going? Say, you remember the other day when I told you that the Stone of Penance was not as big of a deal as level scaling is? Earlier, I decided to go ahead and test that because I was talking anecdotally off of experience rather than off of having like genuinely tested it, and because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't feeding you a line of bullshit. Turns out I was right, but I didn't realize how right I was. So, I tested them both against the same enemy, and I was trying to record two different things. I wanted to get the amount of damage done by the same attack, which the gap there was not that big. It was like mid 600 versus like high 700. It's really not that big of a gap. But the other thing that I wanted to test is how much effort would it take to take down that same enemy. With a Stone of Penance, I emptied this Karaoke of Ki one time, did a grapple, and then I was able to finish him off before he was capable of moving again during his recovery animation. With level scaling, I had to knock him down and grapple him twice. And he died on the second grapple, which is about a 37% increase to how much effort I had to put out. I just wanted to make sure that I was being as informative as possible. I did test both of them together too. So like I said, Stone of Penance +9 by itself. The attack that I was testing, like, you're probably familiar with this. Karaoke, if you backstab him, then he immediately, like, spins behind with his, like, it's a switch glaive, but he spins behind with it in a scythe motion and, like, pulls it across the back of your head, right? So, +9 stone by itself, around 650. Level scaling, high 700, almost 800. Both of them together, damn near 2,000 damage. So, more than both of them put together. In fact, it was flirting with being 3 times as strong as the level scaling is normally. It also took 3 full grapples to kill. It was bonkers. Honestly, I think putting those two together is crazy. And what's more is, like, level scaling is not consistent across all the stages. In some places, it's way more serious than others. One particular level scaling that I'm thinking of is a Twilight mission for... I think the Twilight mission is called the Cradle of the Demon. It's the mission where you would fight Otekamaru about halfway in on DLC 3. On Dream of the Demon, for whatever reason, that particular stage level scales really, really, really rude. Like, the enemies hit unreasonably hard for no apparent reason. Anyways, I like to test shit, turns out. Ah, camera, what'd you do that for? Boop. Okay, I need to reroute this area. It's like, at this point... Nah, coming down here isn't what I'm thinking at all. Onto the table with me. Anyways, what's going on with you? Hope that things are going well. Oh yeah? Every mission is experience, you know? It's not like any mission in particular isn't gonna teach you something. You can learn shit just about anywhere. Sit down, dude. What the fuck? Cheating ass bitch. Oof. Evidently, I did not approach this situation very well. I am the worst person to ask that question because I don't even like messing with confusion. Like, I like to treat this game a little bit more like a complicated brawler, whereas confusion is the, I guess it's like the go-to for maximum damage, you know what I mean? Which is like, you know, obviously the way to go when you're playing an RPG, but, It's like, my thing about confusion is that particularly on longer fights, every time that you apply a status effect to an enemy, and that status effect goes away, that enemy, acquires more resistance to that status effect. So, every time that I purify an enemy, and they bring about the Dark Realm, right? And it clears purity from them. The next time I try to afflict them with purity, it's going to take more hits to afflict them with purity. And then it'll take more, and then it'll take more, and then it'll take more. So if it's a really, really long fight, then it's going to get to a point to where trying to afflict them with purity is going to become completely pointless. Confusion has the problem that once you've afflicted an enemy with 2 elements, while they are confused, you cannot re-up those elements. Ooh, shit. Oh, I forgot that he runs at you. That just about never happens. But, like, I would say probably, like, if I was going to try to apply confusion right now, I think that my go-to method would be to employ the services of an Oni bee. And, like, have, like, I don't know, a water setup, and then have a fire Oni bee there on the end, so that I can, you know, saturate and then boom, throw out some Oni bee. I know that a lot of people do it with Suiki. The Suiki Soul Core is pretty good for that. You could do it with Shuten Doji. Wheel Monk. Oh, this is your first time on Dream of the Nioh? Fair enough, fair enough. So, like, in my mind, because, like I said, I like to treat these games a bit more like a complicated brawler. In my mind, the way that I see Confusion is it's a bit of a gimmick. Whereas, like, you'd be much better served long-term finding a strategy that's a bit more normal that you can rely upon almost universally. For instance, like, I love, like, the main thing I love about this game is just obliterating enemy key. I love that. And I've got a purity setup for it, and I've got a corruption setup for it. And I usually roll with those 2 things. In corruption, when you corrupt an enemy, they take 20% more key damage. When you purify an enemy, they take 30% more key damage. There is not an enemy in the game that is immune to both. There's not, like, no boss, no enemy, no nothing. Nothing in this game is immune to both of those. Whereas when I do things that are a little bit more gimmicky, I run my purity setup. And I can show you my purity setup, or not my purity setup, my paralysis setup. I usually call that build Puralysis, because I'm dumb and I combine words needlessly sometimes. But I can show it to you. It's way more effective than it should be, really. But yeah, I could show that to you on the next mission. Alright. Trying to think. I don't think that there's anything that I've left behind. Oh no, it's fine. I was thinking about doing my paralysis setup the other day because I haven't touched my paralysis setup in a very, very long time. You could say I miss it a little bit. And you'd be surprised with a really good paralysis setup. You can you can even as much as like brutalize bosses by paralyzing them over and over. It's so stupid. Right. Bird on bird violence. My lady friend has been off for the last few days, and I typically spend those days hanging out with her. So, nah, not really. Typically, if I'm playing a game, I'm streaming it, and the only thing that has not been true about recently was, I cracked out some Blood Rain 2 to see if I could find some new tech on, like, skips and tricks, because I am the WR holder of that game. I always forget that attack, bro. Ah! Right. That's how that works. Alright, so what weapon is next? I think it's Spear, funny enough. The paralysis setup goes really well with Spear, believe it or not. And it's mostly because twisting the Spear is just so appropriate for it. So, from what I understand, anima bonuses that are related to enemies being, like, afflicted with certain states, right? So, like, let's say you've got, like... So if you've got anima bonus, enemy purified, right? Or enemy corrupted. Then what happens is when you afflict an enemy with that status effect, you get a bonus for that. You get added anima for the moment that they become afflicted. Provided, of course, that you didn't cause that affliction by using a soul core. Yes, it is that picky. Versus if you have anima bonus purified enemy means that while an enemy is afflicted with that status effect, all of the anima that you would get from harming that enemy gets a bonus, which I'm told is about 18%, which is really not that much. However, anima bonus paralyzed enemy is a much larger bonus than usual, and it's probably because the devs took into account that enemies are typically only paralyzed for one strike, so it kind of has to be a meaningful amount in order to make up for that difference. Otherwise, that bonus would be completely meaningless. Here, let me do my menuing real quick, and then we'll switch up to the... Oh man, come on now. I don't need those anymore. But yeah, we'll switch up to the paralysis setup, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Genuinely, it is really, really dumb. Donate light armor. Oh, I don't need that shit. So, change Guardian Spirit. We're gonna take away Corruption, because I'm usually on my Purity anyway. Itokuri. This is the only Guardian that gives any kind of paralysis benefit. Also, this soul core, the attack associated with this soul core is usually pretty shit. There is one extremely niche circumstance where this is an amazing soul core, and that's when you're bullying Yatsuno Kami. But aside from that, this attack is usually pretty trash. However, it does have paralysis accumulation, so it is helpful in that regard. Anyway. So, spear. Floor 59. The boss is going to be White Tiger. Now, I do have, like, an elemental setup for everything. I have everything that I need to switch over to electric, to fire, to saturated, to poison. Like, everything that you can think of to do with an elemental setup or an affliction type. I have those all figured out already. So I don't know if you noticed, but yeah, that human showed up and got instantly bodied. Now, Yasha was an unfortunate first enemy to show up with to be like, oh yeah, there's this setup that I do. But, like, genuinely... Itokuri, like I said, is the only guardian that gives you benefits for paralysis, but it also makes yokai attacks paralysis, and one of the major benefits of Kiryoki when it comes to affliction, which of course can only be poison with the Snek, I don't remember the Snek guardian's name, or paralysis with Itokuri, the spider. For whatever reason, like, the way that paralysis works is if an attack lands when the enemy is already paralyzed, it disperses paralysis, unless that attack is part of a sequence. And determining what attacks are and aren't sequences for this purpose is kind of difficult, but Kiryoki's attacks are a sequence. So it's one attack that has multiple hits. Because of that, his shit, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculously good. Yeah, Sign of the Cross definitely works with it. But yeah, have an enemy that you just don't want to bother with. Paralyze them. And most of the yokai, you can just paralyze them. Like, see this guy? I don't want to deal with this shit. Oh, by the way, this also makes him possible to keep, how do I explain this? So, when you completely empty an enemy's ki, right, particularly yokai, so you've completely emptied their ki and now they're vulnerable, they fall to their knees or whatever where you can grapple them. Okay. If you paralyze them and then unparalyze them, then they will go right back into being vulnerable. Are you fucking serious? Dude, you are getting on my last fucking nerve. Anyways, I'm not doing my setup here any justice right now, but like I said, I haven't done the paralyzed setup in a long time. Hello? See, he was gonna recover, now he ain't gonna. Oh hey, I left a soul core down there. It's fine, I'll get to it eventually. Oh, this setup completely eats the Angry Wall as well, which my brain doesn't want to come up with the name of. Genuinely, I should know the name of that, and my brain doesn't want to come up with it at the moment. The Angry Wall. Everybody's favorite enemy. Some weapons' affliction rates are so good that, like, you can just keep an enemy stuck in paralysis forever. For instance, dual swords with, what is that fucking attack called? Went to the wrong thing again. Water sword. A lot of yokai, once you empty them of ki, you can just do this forever. Just literally just keep them like that forever and ever. I've kept a purple Fuki utterly unable to move for like 98% of its HP. Oh no, he's recovered. Darn. There are some enemies that you would not think would be paralyzable to that definitely 100% are. It's honestly, the whole thing is really dumb. It shouldn't work, but it works way better than it should. Or like these guys, you can straight paralyze them through the wall. See? Totally paralyzed. Why would you do that? There's not a reason to do that. It's just a thing that I can do, and it's funny. It's funny, a lot of people assume that the higher difficulty has anything to do at all with affliction rates, and it doesn't. Nudikabe, that's the angry wall. Genuinely, that dude just about never gets a chance to attack with this setup. Like, there was a point in time where I was running paralysis for so long that I honestly completely forgot how to fight Nudikabe. 100%. I was like, what attacks does this dude even have? Nudikabe, yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think it's as good as Dweller, though. What the fuck? How do I keep screwing this up, bro? See, like, one of the main things about Nudikabe is that you actually transform into the yokai, so you can't do anything at the same time as what it's doing. But, like, if I cast Dweller, I'm able to do things while Dweller is doing things. Well, I wasn't trying to set the crab on fire, but... that's just the world we live in, guys. Ippon is pretty good. See, here's the biggest problem with both of those, is that, like, the thing that holds back both of them is the same problem. They're very, very high cost. It's not to say that they can't be used effectively. Obviously they can. Fuck me. I'm talking enough to get, like, distracted from what's going on here. It's fine, though. Obviously they can be used effectively, but once you use it, it's used, you know what I'm saying? And you need, like, a really solid anima gain policy in order to keep that kind of thing going. But I don't know if you've noticed the way that I play, but I'm very, very liberal with my soul cores. I pop that shit all the time. And see, you look at the top left, my soul core costs are Kidioki 5, Dweller 3, and, I mean, I've only done it the one time, but the Katakasu Umbrella is 4. Whereas over here we've got 5, 3, 5. I really don't like reaching into the 6 and above range. Ippon, I think, is, what, 7? And Gazuki, I think, is 8. I have them listed right here. And they're listed by how much key damage they cause. So Gozuki actually just barely does more key damage than Nudakabe, but having said that, Nudakabe would need to be cast all 3 times for that to be the case. Oh, Gozuki's 8, bruh. So, Nudakabe would be slightly less key damage than Gozuki, but it would only be 6 cost versus 8. Also, like, Nudakabe gives you, like, a damage taken reduction, and it gives you extra toughness. Both of their affliction rates are Garbo, so that's not even worth mentioning. Ippon Dadara, yeah, is a 7 cast. And I mean, like, so, I know at one point I remember seeing Shape was using Ippon and Wheel Monk at the same time, and the reason for that is because Ippon Dadara has a Yokai ability damage buff against enemies that are currently on fire. Which meant that his Wheel Monk was just doing stupid amounts of damage. This should reach. It did. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, you're gonna have to cut that shit out now. So, like, do you see how that even fucking hit it, dude? Yeah, I run into an awful lot of people arguing that that Kasha is the best soul core in the game and that Yatsuno Kami is one of the best soul cores in the game, but, like, man, it's interesting how they're all about these cores that eat every last bit of your juice to cast. And I'm over here like, nah, I would like to have something to work with after the fact. Now, Ubume, what are you screaming about? Quit crying! Anyways, I should be able to get away with bullying White Tiger a little bit with paralysis strats. A little bit, not a lot. We're not going to be able to, like, melt the boss with it like we could with some things, but it'll still be a very, very convenient start. Well, now, even after you do a grapple, depending on, like, how slow a yokai is to recover, like, you could grapple Kidioki, paralyze, get a big hit, and then they'll fall down again. Depends on what enemy we're talking about, but you can do that with, like, you can do that with Fuki, you can do that with the Namahage. There's some bosses you can do that with. It's really, really obnoxious if you have your setups like really well practiced. Paralysis, honestly, paralysis is kind of stupid how strong it is. I don't have my setups as memorized these days though, because it has been a while. Have some burn. GG, White Tiger. You tried. And the tiger approaches with Kusa. Oh yeah, I remember what mission this is. Now, Kusa is one of the unfortunate weapons that doesn't really have, like, a really beefy, strong attack to hit a paralyzed enemy with. That doesn't mean it's not good for paralysis setups, it just means it's different. But it still has some appreciable ways to handle, particularly humans. I'll look at that at some point. I never remember where the hell these damn missions are, dude. Oh, that's cute. I don't remember if these things can be paralyzed or not. No. No, they cannot. Not surprising, to be honest. I am trying so hard to target the big one. Yo, thanks, I guess. Honestly, I used to play a lot with, like, randos online, and I cannot not recommend that hard enough. But I gotta say, like, trying to do paralysis strats around other people is the worst. It's almost like every player on the planet sets out ahead of time to fuck up whatever strategies I'm putting together. Oh, fuck off. Like, honestly, in that regard, I would say that, like, NPCs and real people play this game exactly the same way. They wait until you paralyze something, and then they, like, flick it as lightly as they possibly can to knock it out of paralysis. Like, oh, you weren't hoping to do something with that, were you? Yes. But that's like the least of your worries. When you co-op, you also have to deal with dumb motherfuckers. That's the problem. It's like, typically, in like a team scenario in this game, the best thing to do is not for multiple people to line up against one enemy. The best thing that a team can do is to spread out so that multiple enemies can be handled at the same time. You know, so that you can keep from getting crowded or overtaken by a group. But instead, what most players will opt to do is they will completely ignore the possibility of spreading out and taking on multiple things at the same time, and they will just try to take on whatever you're currently fighting. like, I'll have instances where there's a group of enemies, and instead of us, like, taking on 2 different separate enemies, they will actively get reamed in the asshole by the other enemy trying to focus on the thing that I'm focusing on. Like, if you remember the boss fight at the Golden Castle, right? Where it's like the house with the hair. And when you've got, like, the big hair tentacles that come up on either side. Like, I will, at the beginning of that fight, rush down one of them, and immediately the other player has rushed down the same one instead of rushing down the other so that we can keep their attacks from crossing over. And then, as soon as they jump onto the one I'm fighting, I'm like, I'll do the smart thing, break off of this thing, and go fight that one since they've jumped onto this one. And then, fucking seconds later, they'll be on my anus again, fighting the new one, and they've completely abandoned the other target. What the fuck are you doing? No wonder you need help on this fight. You're an idiot. I feel some kind of way. I feel a lot some kind of way. Alright, Yodomitsu, Dual Sword. Tell you what, we will run Paralysis until it's actually time to fight Yodomitsu because she does not give a shit about Paralysis strats. She is one of the few enemies in this game that is... I mean, she's not immune? But, fuck, she may as well be immune. You hate that? I mean, of course, why wouldn't you hate that boss? Lady Yasakabe is awful. But it's not because... In my opinion, it's not because she's difficult. I don't think she's that difficult. But, like, gimmick bosses are lame. Like, if you've ever played the first Nioh, there was only one gimmick boss in the first Nioh that was just straight up a gimmick. And that was the giant skeleton. I mean, I guess you could say that Yamato no Orochi, at the end of it, is basically the same kind of boss fight as Lady Yosakabe. You got the multiple snake heads that, like, spit elemental shit all over the place. But, I mean... Yeah, I guess that was just as much of a gimmick. I don't know, man. Gimmick bosses are lame. They're lame and they're not fun. And this one's got Datara something. The fuck is this thing's name? Datara Boshi. I mean, there's multiple double boss fights in the first one, and I don't know, yes and no. Like, I like the idea of it, but I don't think the first game really gives you the tools that you need to deal with it effectively. Oh, right. Yeah, it's definitely time to show you what that looks like. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Come at me, bro. This is over. Oh, wow, he hit that. So, Paralysis has this weird thing that can happen where an enemy can get paralyzed, but not paralyzed. Like that. I don't know what causes that. I think it's like when two different states happen at the same time, and the game like doesn't like overwrite one appropriately with the other. Now, if that had happened properly, yeah, all I would have had to do is just get him into Water Sword and he would have just been stuck forever and ever, but game is weird. I don't know. Hmm. Oops. Wow, that was some very, very, very clumsy shooting. Wow, I am fucking this up so bad. Well, there's some music you probably never expected would get combined with Nioh. Boy, that guy never got a chance to fight back at all. God, paralysis lasts forever when it lands, bro. GG to you, buddy. See how fucking stupid this is? That was super stupid. GG to him. Same reason. Though it is a little bit sloppier looking. My favorite thing with paralysis, though, is when, like, for instance, this is entirely possible when you're using a Azuna drop, right? You can empty a human's key. You can do the Azuna drop, and then the stomp will paralyze them, which will force them standing paralyzed, which allows you to do an Azuna drop that can lead to another stomp. So it's like 4 finishers in a row. Hey. I don't like what you're doing, buddy. It's extremely rude. Later, buddy. Oh, wait, that's on the other side. Right here. I do not believe that I'm done with this map. Nah, yeah, there's this shit over here. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. GG, Fuki. As he repeatedly falls into these strikes. Namahage does that same kind of thing, and so does the Underworld Soldier when paralysis doesn't break repeatedly, is that they fall back into the strike over and over and over and over. Anyways, this is where we swap over to corruption. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Watch, just gonna wait until I'm actually, like, genuinely into this boss fight. God, I hate this bitch, dude. Yep, I'm just gonna jump over you. Yep, I just have iframes here. Totally normal, right? Would you fuck off? God, this is some cheap-ass fucking lane bullshit. God, I hate this hoe. Cool. Just fucking go down, dude. You're not fun to fight. Ugh. It's fights like Yodomitsu that makes me, like, want to stop playing the game most of the time. Which is weird because it's like, the worst part is over. I don't see a Yodomitsu on my list for quite some time. Well, there's Tatei Boshi. But that's with Tonfa, that won't be that bad. .62 hammer. You know, there is also a double boss fight in this game as well with Hanzo and Honda. I think that mission is called the Trustworthy or something. I mean, granted, Mumyo is there with you, so it's not quite the same. It's also not a particularly fun fight. You try. Bonk. By the way, there's a decent chance that that would not have emptied his key. It really depends on like where his hitboxes end up at that particular point. It's still weird to me that a key charge can count as a hitbox. Bonk. It's like they fucking know. You know, it doesn't bother me that enemies in this game work together. What bothers me is that they, like, when enemies are, like, in a group in this game, they are, like, 100 times smarter than they are when they're by themselves. When they're by themselves, like, there's not a single enemy in this game that I can think of that seems to make tactical decisions. They just choose moves at random. But when enemies are together, they work together better than any two humans ever could. It's genuinely insane how well they work together. Excuse me, sir. I did not say that you could leave. By the way, paralyzing spiders doesn't actually paralyze them, it just, like, they have the status effect, but it doesn't do anything. They just remain fully capable of moving, and I really, really, really wish I knew what caused that, but sometimes when you do that on the back of a yokai in particular, sometimes you get, like, 2 backstabs for the price of 1, which is real weird and super useful. I have not even the slightest fucking idea what causes it. Well, I'm pretty sure that there was a Kirioki, or not a Kirioki, Kanaki GG down here. Was. Anyways, giant targets like Kinky here are just absolute whipping boys for this strategy. I don't gotta do nothing smart. Just keep paralyzing. It's fine. Okay, that was rude. Oh yeah, by a lot. The Odachi is extremely boring. But then again, I prefer to use hammers instead of axes. The difference is that axes do 20% more damage, 20% less key damage, and hammers are the flip of that. 20% more key damage, 20% less damage. Like I said earlier, my favorite thing about this game is obliterating key. I love that shit. It's my favorite thing to do. If it weren't for that aspect of this game, I probably wouldn't still be playing it. Also, the Odachi paralysis strats are like hyper trash. I don't remember what the attack is called. I think Thunderbolt or something is the best attack that you can use on paralyzed enemies, and it's just not good. Thunderbolt, yeah. This shit. Like, even without the counter, it's the best thing that you can use, and it's because, for whatever reason, this doesn't do damage worth a damn. And the, what is it? This shit? This is like the, like, as far as EIs go, like, this is, it's so bad. It's so bad. But I don't think that giving Odachi better options would make it more fun. It still feels brain dead. Plonk. God, the sword flash attack is so silly. Or it's not sword, axe hammer. Sup, buddy? What? Okay. I guess I touched him. Whoops. Oops. Boom. Like, realistically, when it comes to the Odachi, like, what attacks really even are there? There's, what? Ground Quake, Crashing Waves. And I guess the Redux. Ooh! That went very poorly. Excuse me, sir. I'm not about whatever life you're in. I'm not used to that guy being a problem. Very unique. Well, that drop attack was going to paralyze him. Find it weird that it did 13,000 damage. Oh, it's just you? Get the fuck out of my life, bro. By the way, Karaoke slips grabs, so that's why I did what I did just now. As soon as he went for his, like, he did the wind up for his grab, she did the wind up for her grab, and I just rejected it by using Karaoke. Which is, honestly kind of a weird reflex to get yourself to develop. Oh yeah, the Final Fantasy XI Chocobo music. Very pleasant indeed. Reminder that if you can think of any game OSTs that I should look at for this playlist, you just let me know. Because this is all, like, the whole playlist is personally curated by me. None of it is some playlist I found online. And none of, like, it's not Spotify or some shit like that. I would never. Man, I hate this dude's random super armor. I wouldn't hate it nearly as much if it didn't feel so out of nowhere. But like you're doing your thing and all of a sudden he just like does this tiny little hop backwards, has infinite super armor and just crashes through you like it's nothing. But at least, like, the one complaint that I've had about, like, human enemies in this game a lot of the time is, like, when a human enemy has an attack that's literally one of the attacks that you have, but it has different rules. Like, it has a bigger hitbox, or hits way harder, or has super armor when it shouldn't. That annoys the shit out of me. So at least Honda has, like, genuinely has different moves. So you're not gonna look at the moves that he has and be like, that shouldn't have super armor. I know because I do that same attack. What day is this? Hold on. Monday. By the way, I literally, like, I have done everything that I can to try to find who made the music for Meltdown. And apparently these are commonly sampled beats. I know that because Shazam returned some extraordinarily shit results. Like, impressively shit results. Alright, let me mark this real quick. Oh man, Tonfa with some fucking paralysis. That shit is just unreal. Anyways, I have to take my meds, so I will be right back. Sure. Yo, this segment of this game just keeps on giving. Where'd this fucker go? Really? I love it. What a fucking fight, man. I'm such a total badass. Oh, I'm dying. I'm gonna set myself on fire. Blah. Pussy. I know, right? What a fucking fight. This is a pretty shit encounter. Okay. Okay. Alright. What the shit happened? Perfect. Because why not? Why is the audio getting weird?
What is happening in this video game?
Shit, did I just kill her? Killed me? I don't think so, sweetie.
No, Tanya. You never should have fucked with me and my crew.
Please, you don't have the balls.
That was
Never could
interesting.
die with dignity.
Man, I want to make sure she's really dead this time.
Yep, there's no sign of her or her virus anywhere left in the simulation.
Good. One less thing to worry about.
That the helicopter was definitely not supposed to hit him like that.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Where you going? Where you going? Where's he going? Where are you going? Oh my god. What the fuck? What? What? Why was that giving me fucking... What? Why would that be giving me... Hold on. Why was it giving me fucking Creepvine? What? I'm so confused.
Oh god, it's exploding. I've never watched it from the ass before. You're welcome.
Oh my god. Fuck.
You know, I didn't really think about that sentence before I said it. Love you.
You know I've never watched it from the ass before. Sorry, in boy band. You know I've never watched it from the ass before.
I didn't need that in my life.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
What the fuck? Hey, excuse me, sir. Okay. Okay. Dude. Oh, man.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection has spread to the skin and pulmonary system. Medical report recorded to date, Bank. It is imperative you find a way to neutralize the infection.
Oh man, Joe, what the fuck? The psychic handling of the gun. That was delicious. Okay, how many hands are over here now? Oh my god, that's a lot of hands. Oh man, I'm fucking dumb. Get over there. This guy. What's up, this guy? I can actually win in a DPS race. So get fucked.
That was fun.
Dude, and my crit chance with these is absurd. Good fucking job, my dude. Oh my god.
I'm gonna get both of you out of there. Hold on.
The lever over there. The lever over there. Over there. The lever. The lever over there. The lever. The lever. You.
That doesn't look like a lever. It looks kind of like a bone.
What's going on?
What have you done?
What you told me to do.
Never trust the bird, Kaya. Yeah.
What the hell just happened?
I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to get up there.
More to deal with.
Can I pick that back up? Boom. Well, he harmed me and I don't think it mattered. I guess we're not meant to meet the big meanie until after it. Are you serious?
Hey, guess what?
What?
Greenhouse is gonna be good tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I got another cheese press.
Oh my god. I wish you could see what this fish was doing on my screen right now. Holy God! That's not. You know what? I need these guys dead so I can test stuff. That was fucking amazing. Good. No. That was actually pretty funny. I wouldn't call it mindless. I have a brain. Not interested. That was fucking stupid. God. But I don't have a vehicle now. Oh, there's a how you doing? You doing alright? How's that air compressor treating you, bruh? Oh yeah, it probably hurts. I mean, I've never seen somebody do what it is you do. I mean, if I come over here, like, can I punch you in the crotch? That was your balls. What's up? Buck and weave, son. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. I ran into a number of things that needed to get taken care of all at once. That's usually how things go.
Right, headphones. Thank you. Boy, it's getting warm in here. You know what? I'll keep that because I might be able to make a better corrupted enemy Karaoke because that's a transferable. What we got? I don't want that shit. The only, like, the main reason for me to look at scrolls, I've got the best possible scroll I could ask for. Well, almost. I've got almost the best possible scroll I could ask for. However, I usually keep these so that I can grind soul cores for whatever enemies it says are appearing. Like this one, when I'm trying to get a new Taredemoke soul core, this is where I go, because this scroll is Taredemoke and then Yatsunakami. So basically, what I'll do is I'll kill Taredemoke, pick up the soul core, use the Earthfold scroll, and start over, and just do that over and over. Right. But yeah, that's literally the only thing I keep scrolls for these days. But yeah, the scroll that I'm rocking, that shit right there is delicious. And you know what? My favorite thing about it was that Onryoki Maguro Naotaka, bleh. Actually a really, really simple fight. It might be one of the simplest fights on a high-level scroll. Hammer baby. So yeah, Tonfa paralysis is extraordinarily rude. Like, even more so than the other stuff we were doing. Well, that was a little annoying. I was literally holding the guard button, but that still hit me. Oh, you can also get 2 backstabs with Vitanfa. The weapons that can't do it, Switchglaive can't do it, Kusa can't do it, Fist can't do it. I think everything, well, Odachi can't. I think everything else can. Oh, Split Staff. Split Staff also cannot do it. So Bakigane has 2 different variants. One of them is poison and one of them is paralysis. If it's the poison one, you can paralyze it. Was that a... No. No, sir. Wait, which way are you facing? I thought that there was an enemy in there. Oops. Oh, hello. I think you can theoretically paralyze her, but it's just not worth it. Now this dude doesn't give a shit about paralysis strats. That was kind of shit, honestly. The Dweller being out meant I couldn't do Karaoke. So I really should have been, like, I really should have been mindful of the fact that I had Dweller out and then not done Wild Lions. Doing both of those at the same time meant that I wasn't really capable of getting away from that at all. I'm not sure any combination of inputs would have saved that at that point. I think it's real funny when you're beating up on a Revenant that just, like, spams super armor. I did. Thank you for checking. But when they just have, like, an infinite well of super armor for no reason, and then you're, like, doing good against them, and then they just spam attacks because they have all the super armor in the world. Gay! Love you too. What? Boy, this guy is really going into it. I mean, stuff like that, I think, is part of the reason why I've ditched paralysis strats, more or less, is because, I mean, like, it's fun, it's interesting, but to harken back to something we were talking about when you first got here, talking about, like, confusion strats, paralysis strats do feel more like a gimmick rather than something that I can point to and say, this is a reliable thing that I can do frequently and always count on. You really can't. Sometimes it works out, and when it works out, bruh, it will help you melt shit like you would never believe. But when it doesn't work out, eh. anyways. I'll go back to my normal setup after this. But see, like, okay. See that shit? One attacks. Like, genuinely, when you're running this, you never, ever, ever have to fight that guy. It doesn't matter what weapon you're using, you just completely abuse him with paralysis, and he never gets a chance to respond. I mean, I guess the doppelganger theoretically has lightning. Good job. By the way, in case you missed that, when she goes into her yokai forms, Kidioki immediately removes that. Like, just any Kidioki. Just cast the Kidioki Soul Core and boom, gone. Useless. Alright. That row's gone. Wait, what was that? Hold on. 54 with Tonfa. Apparently I didn't go to where I needed to go to make sure that I was lined up with the plan. Anyways, now it's floor 91 with Fizz. Yeah, funny enough that I got sick of doing the paralysis strats again, given that fists don't really work very well with paralysis strats. Like, in order for fists to work well with paralysis strats, I'd have to use... what is it called? Beyond Infinity? The one giant fist punch that is, that eats up your entire keybar. What am I doing? Forgetting what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing. And I'm more of a, no, Beyond Infinity is the punches, isn't it? Limitless. Limitless, I think, is the one giant punch. Now I don't remember, and that's bothering me. So, okay, so Beyond Infinity is the combo. I am a Beyond Infinity believer. Limitless is the one giant punch. I don't care for this. Like, it works with the paralysis setup, but I don't think it's a good attack. I don't. There's a lot of utility in Beyond Infinity, and, like, no real utility in Limitless at all. Like, it's only good for damage, really. God, that thing is just nothing but a harasser, dude. Oh. Now see, that Titanic strength, that has super armor when you wind it up. So for the first strike, it has super armor. For the second strike, it doesn't. Yeah, I regret to inform you that we're going this way, lady. I cannot disagree more, bro. What the fuck? What? Sure, dude. Whatever. Okay. You know, Mujina's copy buffs ability, I gotta say, sounds really, really interesting when I'm reading it. And then when I tried it out, I'm like, this doesn't seem to do anything. Poor bastard. Can't do that shit with Limitless. Oh, okay. Bruh. So, fun fact, when you kill revenants that start off as yokai form, there is a chance that you will collect one of the soul cores that they started off with. So there is a reason why when the Revenant sheet comes up, at the bottom it shows you their soul cores. This person... What the hell? That is a strange combination. I'm assuming that they were running a fire weapon. Oh no. Well, yeah, because they would have to scorch an enemy and then Ryomen or Nightmare Bringer. But this is fucking, like, bruh. Like, the cost is like, what, 7, 8, 9? That's crazy. Well, I was on the wrong Guardian. That was extremely flimsy. I didn't deserve that victory at all. What the fuck? So that shoulder took him from full key to 0 key. Neat. I don't know that I've ever seen that happen. I mean, I guess he was purified at the time, but that's still kind of silly to me. Anyways, this is gonna be Yomi. Yomi's a wiener. Have some bird. So I'm pretty sure that like all of my casual playthrough of this, like my first time playing it blind ever, is up on my YouTube. And if memory serves, I only died to her once the first time through, and it's because I didn't expect a lightning shit bomb to be all over the place. So I don't think I was prepared to do a lightning talisman. But I also don't recall having any real problem with her or the fucking dickhead before her. I can't remember his name at all. I'm like looking through the list, thinking, I'll recognize that name when I see it, right? Domon. That motherfucker. So, the furthest down that you encounter Yomi in the underworld is 91. But the furthest down that you encounter Domon is 105. Why? Sometimes the shit that they did with this game, it just feels random. It was 558. Lingering tracks, something or other, Odachi. Oh, we were already there. I think this is the one that I grinded for a Karakasu. Yeah, this is where I grinded a Karakasu Umbrella Core. It's a good place to do that. You're kidding. You're kidding again. God, the Odachi is shit. What the fuck, man? The whole purpose of your existence is to be a weapon that's larger than all of existence. Why are you not good at that purpose? Oh my god, dude! Gotta hate the Odachi. Such a boring shit weapon. The one thing it's supposed to have is a huge reach, and it doesn't do that very well. Okay, let's just go ahead and pop this pill. Boo hiss. The biggest issue with the Odachi to me is that it's genuinely like not even vaguely a good weapon unless you are using the flash attack. I'm not saying it's not a playable weapon without that. Obviously it is, but like, it's just not good without that. Yeah, okay, buddy. Can't blame that on the Odachi. Weird ass camera shenanigans. It's like the flash attack is super broken if you don't know. Like stupidly broken. Like, come on. I think, honestly, the part of the Odachi that people like the most is just the ability to, like, counter Yokai like that. Like, I genuinely think that without that, just about nobody would give a shit about the Odachi. Feels gimmicky. I swear, dude, projectile throwers know exactly when to be the biggest dicks. Like, not necessarily threatening, just assholes. I genuinely wish that there was something else, like anything, any kind of substance to Odachi combat, but there just really isn't. I feel like the attempt for there to be some kind of something to it with that Thunderbolt shit, but like it just doesn't work out that way. How about I'm gonna skip a few because I haven't used Switchblade in a while. And we're gonna do Eternal Rivals with Switchblade. No, yeah, I'm good. What? Okay. Oh, that's why. Yeah, right. I literally just now said, oh yeah, that's why, and then acted like it wasn't why. My inputs, please? Not sure what the hell happened there. I definitely input the counter and it didn't do anything. Super annoying. Well, that was incredibly unfortunate for you, buddy. okay, I guess. We'll end up on that side. And that's GG. I'm not gonna lie. I really love doing that. Wonk. God, I love the Switchblade. That dude is alive. But if he took 6,000 damage, in theory, I should be able to take that same fall and survive. We're not gonna go for that, though. What the fuck? Get out of my life, dude. Like I said, enemies work together in this game better than any two humans ever could. Fuck off, cheap ass bitch. Cheap ass bitch, dude. Nice aim. What the f- Why does my character constantly aim anywhere except for where the enemy is? What the fuck was going on there? Boy, I sure do hope I don't hurt the enemy. What? Oh, that's not the attack I thought it was. Oh, there's not a wall there. I've got an itch on my nose now that will not fucking let me focus. Oops. Man, camera, please. Oh my god. Man, I'm still salty about Crimson Tears. I really wanted to enjoy that game, but sweet mother of fuck. It did everything it could to keep me from enjoying it. Alright, yeah, so I don't always stream action games like this. In fact, if you're gonna be here regularly, you should get used to the idea that you're gonna see a whole lot of things that aren't like this. Just a lot of things in general. I stream a bunch of shit. This game in particular is like a cutesy racing game that I intend to do a reroute of soon. By soon, I don't know. I don't know how soon. What's my favorite game to speedrun? I mean, almost certainly God Hand, but a whole lot of like dumb shit was going on for a while, and it kind of sucked the motivation to speedrun out of me. God Hand in particular has a lot of phonies. I call them fraud hands, but it's people that pretend that they're doing really good at it by like modifying the game or by using the emulators to do like save states and video editing or tool assists. Unfortunately, the modding scene for God Hand has gotten really intense, and that means that people are at this point turning to modifying the game to make it more amicable for them to do as well as possible rather than actually learn how to play the game. And that's where God Hand stands these days. I was the super mod for that leaderboard for a really long time. And, like, I just got to the point where I didn't want to deal with the bullshit anymore. Yeah, the game's cursed. There's a certain individual that sort of set all of this shit in motion a long time ago. And the fact that people still think that his shit is real is frankly baffling. Especially since, like, the #1 thing that dude is known for is sexual assault and racism. Yay! My favorite. Yo, that was actually pretty sick. But yeah, I got just kind of sick of being, like, the lone voice of, like, reason. Like, the one person that actually knows how, like, that all of this shit was fake. Because, like, when you've got, like, hundreds of liars and, like, one person that's, like, they're lying, people that don't really know one way or the other, they're gonna be like, well, all of these people are saying that you're wrong. Trying to remember. Right, good. But yeah, I used to mostly do speedrunning content. And then, once shit started to go sideways, I started doing a lot of what I call backlog, because I had a whole lot of games that I had, but I hadn't played. And that kind of took over my stream stuff for a good long time. And honestly, those were good streams. Those were good, fun, happy streams. I enjoyed the hell out of that stuff. Well, most of it. Because, man, there were some stankers in that shit. But for the most part, it was good. Oh, shit. Sir. How are you? I felt like his HP was literally empty for like at least 15 hits. The fuck? Maybe I'm imagining things, but like I genuinely got to the point where I'm sitting here like, why are you not dead yet? But yeah, I've speedrun a few like off the wall things but God Hand was the #1 thing that I was known for, and as a result, that's where most of my follows on Twitch and YouTube came from. Now, having said that, you may have noticed that here on Twitch I have like 1,200 plus followers. I don't know how many. I don't really pay attention to all that much. But you may have also noticed this chat is dead as fuck, right? So, I think if anybody's a good example of followers don't mean shit really, that's me. I am an excellent example of that. Ah, fuck ass, dude. I mean, yeah, thankfully my goals aren't what other people seem to think that my goals should be. Like, I think it's hilarious when people, like, come in and, like, try to talk shit, but, like, the things that they think are, like, is effective shit talk is not the kind of things that matter to me at all. Like, when people pop in and are like, oh, it looks like nobody's in your chat. Nobody seems to want to watch your stream. I'm like, okay, I'm streaming for me. It was never important to me whether or not I had a huge... Like, I don't even want a huge audience. This is a hobby. I mean, like, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad when people are here, but at the same time, like... Other people mostly see streaming as just, like... I guess, like, a business venture where they want to make it big and hit huge numbers and shit. And I'm just like, whatever, man. I'm just trying to have a good time. Right, I mean, like, if I ended up being successful doing what I normally do, hot. But I'm not... I don't want to be one of those people that, like, adopts a character to play on my stream and then get to a point to where, like, man, I hate doing that. Or, like... People that try to be successful in streaming by, say, for instance, buying like the new popular game every time something new comes out, like everybody that chased stardom by immediately buying Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, if that doesn't work out and you keep at that strategy, you know how expensive that is? Meanwhile, like, I just don't want to be... I don't want to be forced ever to play something I don't want to play. And I never gave a shit, for instance, about Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, to an extent, streaming is part of how I maintain my sanity. I just like being alive. Don't know why, couldn't explain it, doesn't really matter end of the day, does it? there's like people that allow themselves to be like audience captured, where everything that they do is to please some unknown third party. I don't know, man. Oh, you know what? I've been doing this map like we were on the Underworld the whole time. Anyway. Yeah, here recently, look, the guy that's trying to make a name for himself right now with God Hand is, unfortunately, yet another fraud. And I made the mistake of trying to give a shit about that, and I put out a short video that just, like, showed something that any rational person would see that and say, yes, that is unarguable. That is not how the game behaves. But I forgot that his followship is nationalist as fuck, and so long as, like, if you're accusing a Brazilian, they're gonna hate you and they're not gonna give a fuck what you said or whether it's true or not. This dude is being a dickhead. It's over! But anyways, like, so because of, like, that, how stupid his following is and how poisonous that whole situation is, I started catching lots of drama. And of course, it resulted in a lot of, well, if he's cheating, then you're cheating. Which makes, you know, no sense, but whatever. And then I was like, right, this is why I left speedrun.com to begin with. Why am I bothering with this shit? And then the video got deleted YouTube side, and I was like, you know what, that's probably for the best. Why am I even bothering with this fucking garbage? But I do still speedrun, I just don't bother with leaderboards and shit anymore. This dude is really trying to bait me into throwing myself off of the map. Yeah, I've already looked into Cuphead. There's a few Cuphead tracks in the playlist. There would be more, but there's fraudulent copyright claims on a few of those tracks. Which is unfortunately a problem across YouTube in general. And, like, just because of how many tracks I have in the playlist already, I don't really bother trying to fight fraudulent copyright claims. If there's a copyright claim that pops up on a song, whether it's a real one or not, I just get rid of it. I'll tell you what kind of music I really wish I could find more of. So, like, there's a couple of rules that I go by when it comes to, like, looking into music for this playlist. The first thing is that, fuck Nintendo. Before, like, there was a point in time where, like, I was saying, like, no Nintendo tracks in the playlist because they're too litigious. In other words, they like to sue people a bunch. But then other things arose, and it gave me even more reasons not to do with Nintendo. But there's, like, some devs and publishers in general that I just refuse to have anything to do with, like Ubisoft, Activision, Blizzard, King. Any dev or publisher that has anything to do with generative AI, etc., etc. There's a list. It's not important to go down all of them. But the music has to actually be in the video. Is like one of my main ones. And here lately, there's a whole lot of like video game music that on YouTube in particular is starting to get like copyright claimed by total nonsense. For instance, like the Dust Force DX soundtrack is 100% by Lifeformed. But some of those tracks are being claimed on YouTube with complete nonsense titles. I don't know why that didn't catch me. By quote-unquote by Sinning Beats, which is 100% definitely not the owner of those tracks, but whatever. And what I've found out that really what's going on with that is what'll happen is some dickhead that doesn't have anything to do with the music will upload it to some streaming service in another country, usually Russia. And YouTube will audio match it to that. Have some bird. It's really fucking annoying. Have some bird. I love that the cancel from that can genuinely happen before the hitbox does. So when you're mid-stance switchblade and you do a dash attack, it's possible to cancel the mid-stance dash attack into a low transition before the hit actually takes place. So it's one of the ones that you should actually like delay slightly. It's real weird. Blur, 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 blur. Pretty sure I have to talk to this guy. Nah, I'm not interested in Nioh 3 at all. Even if I was, I don't spend that kind of money on video games anymore. Hey, can I just leave him? Cool, excellent. Let's just go. I must be thinking about a completely different NPC. Yeah, like, even if I had been interested in Nioh 3, I would not have played it by now anyway, because, I just don't, I don't drop that kind of money on video games anymore. Like, I didn't touch this game until it went into deep, deep, deep discount. Like, I think I spent 21 bucks on this game complete. Believe it or not, I have not even been playing this game for all that. I mean, the 1,408 hours that you see right here is my total playtime, but I genuinely started playing this probably middle of last year. How? Honestly, I played the first game for way too long, considering how late I am to the game. Good job, Kidioki. You almost got me that time. That's not the correct thing. A call from Texas. We're gonna let that go to voicemail. And if they don't leave a voicemail that I care for, or if they don't leave a voicemail, we're just gonna block that number. I'm not a fan of random numbers calling my phone. $5, bruh, that is a good deal. I would 100%. I would tell people, like anybody, like pick that shit up. It's a good time. Maybe not anybody. Not everybody that I know is like action game oriented. Why is Kinky just a punching bag, though, for real? Like, why did they decide that, like, Kinky, unlike the one-eyed Onis, does not have a hitbox when he lands on recovery? The other ones hop in the air and land, and they have a hitbox when they land. But Kinky? Nah. Why would the super variant of this enemy need such a basic feature? Yeah, I kind of figured. It seemed like he was being slow to set up. Yo, he actually did some work. What the hell? There's a website that I use to find good deals on Steam games called Is There Any Deal? I know that the title of it is a bit on the nose, but it's pretty good setup. I also use it to, like, discover new games, which is good because I have genuinely found some really amazing games that way. Like, pretty much all of the Thunderful Publishing library. Those games are delicious. What the hell? That was like a whole lot of inputs the game decided I didn't get to have. Sure, okay. I'd say Karasa Tengu is only, like, I don't know, like, I didn't have any problem with it at all in Nioh 2, because it's really not much more, like, honestly, I would say it's technically, it might theoretically be less complicated on Nioh 2 than on Nioh 1, because on Nioh 1 he has a smaller moveset, but the attacks that he does are a lot more focused because of that. So he, like, pretty much everything he does in Nioh 1 is a get the fuck away from me attack. But in this one, when he, like, flies up, any attack where he flies up first and just kind of hangs out, he's just wide open. Though, in Nioh 1, you can loop him infinitely if you bait out his spin kick on, I think it was his right, your left. Well, this is just wildly unfortunate. We talking about the boss fight in the DLC? Because if we're talking about the boss in the DLC, I also don't remember that thing's name. I hated that boss. I've only fought that boss like 2 or 3 times, so admittedly, if I were to fight it again, I wouldn't know what the hell I was doing. I would still be guessing because I just don't have enough experience on it. God, that was so dumb. Worth it though. You know what I would love? I would love if somebody made a mod for Nioh 2 that just added all the content from Nioh 1. Where you could play through all the Nioh 1 stages with the Nioh 1 bosses on Nioh 2. That would be delicious. Itsumade. Itsumade is unique to Nioh 2, and well, I say unique to it. I don't know if it's in Nioh 3, but it's introduced in the DLC. It's Itsumade. The only problem I have with Itsumade is that he's big, and because he's big and like the targeting isn't here, the targeting is up here, and because of that, the camera gets really fucky-wucky sometimes. But aside from that, Itsumade is not particularly challenging, but the lore of Itsumade is pretty sick. Anyway, let's get going. I love this fight. Bird on bird violence. gotta say, combining this boss fight with this track is certainly a thing. You know what? Let's actually... Ah, you're kidding. Huh. I did manage to deflect 2 of those. Didn't manage to deflect any of that, though. Man, I am just bad. Not a single thing that is even worth looking at. Lots of cores, though. What time is it? 3:52. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna go offline and work on like routing for gadget racers. Normally I stream just about all of the gameplay that I do, but this is gonna be slow and agonizing and not nearly like it's not gonna be fun to do, let alone fun to watch. Plus, honestly, I just kind of want to take a break first anyway. Let's mark that. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned it, but these backgrounds are my own photography. No part of my layout is something I didn't make myself, with the exception of I guess I didn't create Chatty and I didn't author the font being used, but everything on this layout is designed by me. I think there's like 240 images in this list now. So why the hell did it repeat that one so quickly? Absolutely unforgivable. Yeah, I like natural patterns. And I've got a really good camera so that, like, insane up close shot of those berries was something else. Snow shots are usually pretty sick. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for me for now. Is anybody live? I bet nobody's live, right? Nobody's live. As is tradition. Oh yeah, that's from the photo shoot with those models. That was a complete and total accident, but it was a good time. Anyways, y'all have a good one.
Like, I used fist. Fist clearly hit the thing. Oh my god, what? Wow. Good. I don't know how she got airborne right there, but okay. Dude, she just ended up airborne.